A sturdy metal door guards the south. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Just an ordinary wall, nothing to see here. You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinaise, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
It's been a week now they show up.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow.
This is bad mojo, man! Fucking horrible mojo! The end draws near!
Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at? Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. Perhaps a crime of a sort ages ago, but no, these do not warrant an investigation. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Should we go? There must be another way into the building.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. Sorry, I don't have time for this. I just want to finish my cigarette and be gone.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare.
Apologies, but this is my last one.
The god himself has denied you absolution.
Absolution? I don't know that brand, but I'm pretty sure you can get Astras at the Frit. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'm not throwing anything.
There's no way you'd catch that cigarette anyway. Yes, really. Don't even try. You'll just embarrass yourself.
As you wish. Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Trash?
Please don't go. I'll even stop smoking inside.
Listen, I really have to go.
Ah, there it goes. Wasted. You would have gotten at least a few good drags out of it.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Are you trying trying to sneak up on me? Come. Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all. Trying to sneak up on me again?
A sturdy metal door guards the... This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into.
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy. Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's correct.
That makes him a Beano-clad, completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
I can assure you, detective, that I've passed all the required physical exams within the last year. Can you say the same?
You may not remember taking any little tests, but you're strong as a goddamn ox. Anyone can see that.
That's good to hear. I have little patience for the swinging dick style of police work. It's patience and intelligence that solves cases. Was there anything else? That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting. You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. That's because I'm half Seolite. It's a part of the world of it. I can see you're disappointed. You are right to be. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents. I've never been to Seoul. No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
This guy's got authority off the charts. With just the flick of his eyebrow, he's able to make you his nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. There's a lot of it. If the lieutenant were an evil, fortunately, he is a committed officer of the RCM. He'll only use his powers for the good of the investigation. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RC, except that I do, detective. That's good. Some you time?
A moment passes. A striking woman leans against.
Good afternoon. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of Baton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's...
What is implied here? That you're a drunk?
I'm afraid my partner...
None taken, officer. Either way, I'm glad you're both here now. I was dispatched to handle a...
That is good too.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a...
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued. It's for crossing.
Neither is...
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
The boat? No.
The word "it" feels a breeze ripples through the cells and tugs at your hair. Below, The sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that,
Okay. How about because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called the X something? Thank you for the suggestion. I see the word has emotional resonance for you. For me, sadly, none. So I will... It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also has my sloop. I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Actually, you don't. It is a little-known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. Unless it's their passport.
You need to save face if you want her respect. Demand that.
Of course.
The woman is silent. The woman, born in the year 3.
Yes. But Joyce is much...
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory.
My husband is. I have dual citizen.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid the Pines, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than
A billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. And to think, there are years Walpines employ 72,000 people, all of whom have family. They started as centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels part... You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. Good luck is only kept in place by the...
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both...
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator.
And how are the talks going?
They're not.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union... Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a...
She's resolute in this, yet you sense that she wants to tell you. You'll have to earn her trust first.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gomez.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to fuck off, midget. Gaumont. Yes.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere. Every worker, a member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to Fortunately, they explained. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild. They're having a blast. I'm not sure. And now...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one who's...
This checks out.
The scabs.
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. The scab...
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strikebreakers, the scabs...
Don't let her answer it.
If the workers were organized by Wild Pines, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least. The scab...
Don't let her answer it herself.
If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least. Everard Clare is a man of... Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. Yes, it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've the Debard organized labor at its best, as they...
A mob. The debate...
Refreshingly honest. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman,
Disappeared?
Yes.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, The company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files. Indeed. The company suspect the point of the presentation is these kinds of things happen around.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague.
More curious.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be...
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen...
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to...
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, the Union is or...
Detective. A word...
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the... You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally... No. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not... It would not hurt if you tried more in the future.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. The lorries. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbor into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty.
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge. And the thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to...
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. This reality. Ah, yes.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a... Aren't we all? Martinez is a district. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens. I'm not a good ambassador. This place used to be a province. It's not really a... Yes.
Vast, lukewarm, and unknown.
Caillou.
It is clear this pebble is
Revachol. The great
as if itself.
history detective. The nations of the Occident, in the DeLorean century. They say it... By that I mean... We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the I think it's fair to... 22 kilometers from the center of...
Silence. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the... There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon. Then breaks. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember...
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am,
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
that is understandable. But
Indeed. These are unimportant times, Detective, for the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100... Those would... Oh, and the annex... Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
the
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it. Yes. An acute... Oh, lots of people. The real king abdicated and lived out... Yes. Him and tens of thousands. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle class. Some were... They didn't win so much as to foreign intervention. The coalition. The liberals took everything. The coalition of nations.
There is Britain,
The moralists, at least not...
the rulers of Revachol.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the revolution began. It wasn't a who, but a what. It made people overthrow their governments. Indeed. From Revachol and why? You and...
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
No doubt. But we a city...
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of
The zone of control is the third modernity. 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of the 30s? No. It was a market. Welcome to reality, baby. Good question. What would you have done differently? And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you? You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Good question.
a cold creeps up your spine.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
The wind stops, and for a moment,
Pockmarked by cannons.
Liquidate? That's what King Philip kept screaming from the Sol Aurum. Liquidate! Liquidate! In the end, they liquidated the Sol Aurum, melted the palace cube down to gold and platinum, and sold it for bullets. Strange times.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position.
And what is your official position?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable. Good question.
the cold runs down.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock.
The wind stops, and for a
Capital is past.
Past. That's what de Briever, the leader of the communards, said, before she got a bullet in her head. Don't get me wrong. Capital is finished. But understand this. Its end won't free anyone. It will only lead to more suffering.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect
And what is
my position, ma'am.
understandable? Good question. What would you have done? And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
The cold runs down your spine. She gestures toward the waters. The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water of the Martin.
No, almost certainly. The Commune would have forced you. Such was the fate of the undecided. Good question. And you would have...
The cold runs down your spine. The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water of the Martinez Inlet.
Good. Not that it would have mattered. In the end, the Commune forced everyone to the barricades. Good question. What would you have done differently? Then you would have died.
The cold runs down your spine. The wind stops. There...
Then you would have died fighting against them. Long before the beachhead. They are what they are. Anyway, enough sentimentality. It's a new...
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery...
She nods. What this boils down to is, this reality thing is stupid.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie, out in the open somewhere.
She stares at you, head tilted to the side, with a slightly concerned look on her face.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a man of the left, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
I hope we're able to continue as friends, despite my deeply felt need to infiltrate and betray the revolution, and then ensnare you to financial service. Honestly, I may have even preferred it, had the communards won. Who knows? They might really have built something better. But they didn't, because they lost. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Rue or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about a strange coldness comes over you. The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. More lessons in basic reality? I am
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking.
an ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate, no. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now.
In her green eyes you see forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green.
I hope you do. I hope we are. Honestly, when the dust settled, the Liberals were with due.
While a gentle wind sweeps the street,
I would not have relinquished sovereignty.
she realized
Then for my.
dark orange flames reflect in her green.
Yes. Whatever. I am a.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking.
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature. We surrendered the nation.
In her green eye, forgive, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light. Beneath her waterproof raincoat,
Steal, kill, and destroy. That they say we've been doing for over 4 decades now. Perhaps regrettably. I've had. In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial despite my scaly bulk and my perverse need to infiltrate and betray both kingdom and revolution. Honestly, I may have. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones. Nothing settled.
she raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Yes. I can see.
In her green eye, forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and.
That's a pity. Honestly, when the dust settled, nothing settled. Simply fades away. Glad to have been of assistance. The little
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes, a scythe of booze precedes you, your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too. Oh, but you are. Too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Ur-Denil. Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does is...
Excuse me? I didn't hear you. Did you say money? Of course. Of course, Detective. Take care.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is fascism, Bruta. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems? Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link. Yes, them. Women. Women. Men of Wu. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Wu men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that Wu men need to know many things. Yes, women. That's what many things. Yes, women. That's many things. Yes, women. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the Wu men too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach. Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
Yes?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin-operated viewer. It took a thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice. This coin operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull. This postlavantore milk. The box seems eat shit pig, fucked by the coon. The mail collection box seems, and then suddenly you see it. The worn and beaten wooden planks.
We can sit on benches after we've solved them.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Watch out, Gaston. It's Inspector Oaf. Come to throw more of our stuff into the sea, officer. Yes. The terrain here provides an interest. No. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards. Fine. What do you want now, then?
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. Sure, officer.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. An off-key melody starts playing.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Kuno's got this.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno!
It's loving in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing...
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out. I mean drugs. The
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning!
Kuno's riding at sea.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. Fuck no! Kuno doesn't...
fast. This kid has got street smarts.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're...
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload, pig.
Don't tell the pig
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno!
Just a couple...
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno!
Just a couple of pigs...
Yeah, you tell the...
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Probably you heard Kuno. I don't know. Mesk or... Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke him if that's what you mean. Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He could have just said he doesn't know.
Kuno knows shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone. You're testing Kuno's patience.
Get lost,
Kuno's Kuno, pig? Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda, bangs for Revit.
He lays the names out there with pride and precision.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to help! Pig's...
Help! He's...
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Help! He's digging it.
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please! No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes dominance.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
You put him up to this yourself when you decided.
Listen to your friend.
Yeah, we're all in this...
The lieutenant doesn't even.
Help! The RCM is trying to fuck us! Help! Misters, help!
Rolling super hard. He's having the time of his life.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late!
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist.
Kuno can't believe... Pig! Kuno...
It's safe to say.
Fucked your shoulder, fucked your knee, fucked your fat body up!
The creature.
Kuno made you his fucking...
The lieutenant isn't laughing at all.
Kuno beat the shit!
I told you not to tempt such thought. Now, how about we go and do something worth the public's time?
Kuno's...
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the...
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes.
Fuck that!
They pay you no heed.
The rake! He should throw...
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a guard.
He's calling up...
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got? Shit.
Don't tell the...
This is where you quickly ask him.
Kuno...
He could have just said he doesn't know.
Kuno, no. Probably... You heard I don't mess or... Kuno gives this just a cup...
Yeah, you tell...
You're...
Get lost,
The fuck about it? You're...
Get lost,
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's Kuno, yeah?
He lays the...
Watch out!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Everybody!
Escalate!
Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down.
Kuno's...
Oh yeah! Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right!
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweat. The kid.
Fuck that!
They pay.
The red he should...
The fuck does Kuno know?
We shouldn't do anything. You will see.
The
He's calling us...
fuck?
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Shit,
Don't tell the...
This is where he quickly.
Kuno...
He could have just said he doesn't.
Yeah, it's fucking up.
Don't ask the pig...
Probably... You heard... I don't... Mesk or... Yeah. Just a couple...
Yeah, you tell the...
You're
Get lost,
Right, pig. This is where... Dunno. Yeah, that's all. Look it up in the library. Look. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah. The king... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about... Your test...
Get lost,
Kuno's Kuno, pig. Shoot that shit at Kuno, pig. Kuno does... Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's Kuno, yeah?
He laid.
Watch out, help!
Help!
Everyone can hear. You need to.
Every...
Escalate!
Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's Kuno, yeah?
He laid.
Watch out, Kuno! Help!
Help!
Everyone can hear. You need.
Help!
Escalate!
Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please! Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's... Yeah?
He lays.
Watch out, help!
Help!
Everyone can hear.
Help!
Escalate!
Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's... Yeah?
He lays the name.
Watch out, help!
Help!
Everyone can hear.
Help!
Escalate!
Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist didn't meet its target. Instead, it pulled you down.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweet.
If she could. You've got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw. somewhere under the bloated alcohol. Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on.
Wonderful. He has a...
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in Bass.
It's easy. You bring cross.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory.
You're quite welcome, dear. I hope you're able to pawn that old... Of course, dear.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You have... There he is. The old boy, the devil. You rascal, you. Let's celebrate right now by licking that calmly. The loot.
What are you doing? We should move.
A real drink would go well with those... A colorful piece of plastic on the counter rolled out of his open hand. You see a blister pack of headache medicine.
No idea. Possibly because there's a...
The man does...
You've just picked up some magnesium.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. You fumble with the spring-loaded gate of the car like fucking sleigh bells. What are you doing?
Stop finger-fucking him, officer! I'm responsible for these oafs and their stuff. Even Sleepy there. Fine, fine. Finger bang him then, I don't care.
To be honest, he's correct. Police officers generally don't go around.
It was just an idea. Come on, relax everyone. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Why the yelling, man? Wait, what? No, he...
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police more than they usually do, at least.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait, no. Knocks you right out when you drown a bottle or two. Thank God, no.
The worker stares at you, his eye...
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir, but what...
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better. For one, I could get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I said. Nate got it. Measurehead's got it. He's guarding the gate.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess. He seems like a worthy rival. You should slay him.
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back. Yeah, what about it? You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, and if someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern? I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
They say your guy was a killer. Your tree man. He has friends, same as him, killers. There's only one thing they know well. How to wreak havoc. Everyone. It's a local rumor. You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue note. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even Sleepy Hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective. The dock worker doesn't answer. His head. The worker is perhaps he's on his way to where you just...
Can I help you? Do I have a shake?
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? Because I'm not a bartender. Well, you're not getting it!
This is a thoughtful exchange, but can we move on, please?
God.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him.
Wonderful.
It is. It...
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel. Huh?
Yeah, this feels right.
Does it mean you talk to her?
What else do you need? The man...
She broke the... I should have known.
Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Huh. Cock carousel. They ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest. Now, let me have a drink and...
And there we have it. Well, her light rift. Wow, the gods of there's a... You see a flash of teeth. A young woman smiling at you near some railway overpass in your ruined past. She is gorgeous, and she is yours. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills.
From the void we...
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes. Yes. Have you got it? Yes.
A thin man is... As you step in, it must be his name. Garanzi. Garanzi Quebec. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language.
The cook is still smoking. Ash.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
Speak Revacholian. We speak Suren.
The cook is still...
Good thing he didn't understand a word of...
You see ahead. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. The old kobold, the door does not.
You do? It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it. If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about.
The old kobold, the door.
Can I help you? Another thing. Oh, yes, that... No, Awesome.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference.
Fine. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animal. Oh, yes, that door. No, Awesome.
He's attempting... He looks at the dust on his finger and wipes it off.
Yes.
Does Kuno care?
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Yeah.
He seems...
Watch out! Help!
Help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out.
Every pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please! Help!
Rolling. He's having...
He's flashing! No.
This is...
Help! The pig's
No! Get off, Kuno, you sick fat fuck! Fuck does Kuno care?
Kuno.
Yeah?
He lay...
Watch out! Help!
Help!
Everyone can hear.
Help! Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
Thump. The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles tingling. Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
What?
Officer, this is very far from normal police conduct. Get yourself together.
For heaven's sake, he thinks. This has gone too far. Don't make this any worse than it is. Just get back to questioning the kid.
Okay, pig.
If this act was about him trying to establish dominance over you, it's safe to say things didn't go as he'd planned.
Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want? You're dreaming, pig. That's not how this shit works.
A little. But don't expect anything to change.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno. Fuck his fat ass.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will...
You okay, Kuno?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minor seizure.
Kuno? You wanna Kuno think...
Kuno, stop being nice to the pig! Step away!
Ease off, see? Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno can do. Yeah, whatever. Kuno does...
This trash can... There's something in there. Well, it is a container.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They locked this container. What do you mean, Phil? I agree. We should get someone from all the detectives from all the precincts who experience none, because they don't exist. There isn't, but we should still access this container. We could try.
Did someone say, pry bar? Pry bar, pry bar. Your palms yearn its cold touch, to grasp it once more, as you've done so many times.
Or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably...
Ask the manager? Bullshit. Go straight for the pry. This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, Whirling in Rags. Force time isn't happening. What is this? Your triceps ache for the metal to bend, but it resists. This calls for a potent curve. There's a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid. You hang.
The quality of metal is not the problem.
He's enjoying your little failure. He finds it amusing.
Let's ask the manager for the key. This is clearly not working. You are. The pry bar is quite satisfying and handy. But you are just not good enough at prying. We should get the keys.
Kuno, the pig's getting... Looks like it's time...
She means it.
I'm going away.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from...
Don't be trying...
An inconspicuous pile of the... It's nothing. Someone just left some... Because it's nice and orderly. Well, no. There's more to this. Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones. All around you, the spring looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your grey sky, humid. Sheets, the ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revel. The skies, will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands. Urban coast, coal city, and will you ever go there? Your hair sticks to your forehead. Your hair. The great gates of the industrial harbor. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. La Jussienne, King Dries Passenger Harbor. Couronne, the lower middle class. Distribute a silvery curtain. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. Four hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roof. The road ascends. Revachol is the capital. It's home.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinaise, we're not standing in the rain. In the rain, your vision blurs. You wipe coalition aerostatics hang.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Can I help you? Mine?
Thank you for clear.
Why?
I thought as
Well, yes. Us and the garbage. What do you...
it concerns the...
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
This trash container with a well... Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content. There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one breath. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence. Good practice for dumpster diving. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil cereal. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno?
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold, nothing. It's nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes. Written.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? What are you talking about? Doeth thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue. I see, yes. You are what we call a badass, aren't you? Tell me, seeth your badass more in there, or are we done here? Ah, yes, and it would also be appropriate to start taking notes on the case. It's what cops do.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory.
There's nothing more of interest in this sludge of peels. Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself. No, you won't, because none of those things are real. They're not actually in there. All you see is food waste and crisp wrappings. All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking only in its
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's a metaphor. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. If you want it to be kitchen. It's not though. It's toilet paper. Cool toilet paper. I mean kitchen tissue. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Any capable... All RCM...
This means you can...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the... They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, case files commit to paper. The case, work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51. What do you mean? Is that all? The notebook is annual. It says, judging by the creases on your forehead and the lines on your cheeks, too much more. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margin. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Good. That's a good one. But do you also use the titular? Right, of course.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely. But onto the paper with a brash free hand. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash sounds across things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an
No, actually. Any ideas? Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have...
Fun is outlawed with this guy! What a knock!
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Arson, petty theft, spousal. You don't exactly close. In the back, you see thin, translucent 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones, a monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. Color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and the rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. U4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed. It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the thin, the rest of the it's made of dark blue. Something rattles inside. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know. What are you waiting for? That's because you know where this leads to.
That doesn't sound like it's gonna be fun!
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read? Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? Understood. You're that kind of detective. It's just a racist, but it's the oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kit without resistance, 2 ticket stubs, and a handmade postcard. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral. It smells of chewing gum. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label's familiar handwriting lines that in Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet.
Let go.
Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold. No, don't throw away the baggie. There's dust on the drug baggie. It's not good, but at least it's some kind of way to be together. Your hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You jam the compartment shut. It's hard to breathe. The air in your lungs feels sour somehow. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your... It's just toilet paper. Still wet. The toilet paper, I mean kitchen tissue, sorry, peels off the plastic easily. All you have, an aluminium block runs the width. The surface is interrupted.
What? Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight. Thin. See, the rest of the stinking cellulose. Without resistance, 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. They let you go there, too. You should go and kill yourself there. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult. Jamais vu, derealization. Jamais vu, the opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question. corpse looks at you. You seem to be. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes. You feel it until a pool of vomit lies under.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is freight nearby. There's a greenhouse.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a
Hello again, officer. How are things? Sure. Go easy on that stuff. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. Okay.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. There he still is. Look, the ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces the second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial, then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there, if you didn't. I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too. Okay, you've said it. You needed to say it. And now that you have, you need to get your shit together. No. You will get your shit together.
You're sure this has not affected his impression of you in a good way? For a moment, the hanged man appears to smile.
Bitch fight, see? Bitches are at it.
Bitches about to kill each other,
We should go and do something else. Give it half an hour. Then come back when you've gotten your act together.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the...
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy. The dashboard lights up with orange. The lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, and
there she is, Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window. In the middle of a broken plaza, illuminated in a cone of light, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here. It has its problems.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom crying. Let's move on, Shep. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've, wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct, right? Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective. Or personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you. As you will.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page. To the
Tremble. The time is now. Ta'ola. Time for the show. For Ta'ola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. Ulogu Theodos, Xeno Zausin, Ipoli Osithia. Monday morning, the moment you arrived in this reality, are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread. Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself. It's totally also a coping mechanism. So you should be. The world, perhaps. Just a thought. This has something to do with the hangover. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
Yes? Excuse me. You have a
moment.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler from another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Yeah, exactly. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need? Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You left the ask around elsewhere.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird. Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Maybe don't tell people. The people they don't like are actually right.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long. Plus, you can get shot. Why not?
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother. Okay, but do continue. You were asking about the strike?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one. He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy. Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Laurent Bird somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is where a law officer gets a person to commit a criminal offense they otherwise wouldn't commit, often through some trickery or fraud.
Yes. It's like trying to trick a person into doing something criminal that they'd never do. So you do realize entrapment doesn't work if you announce you're going to do it in advance?
So much for subtlety. Better get straight to the point.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Cool. We all want to know each other, know each other's woes and all. But people, man, they have slippery souls.
Just like that, he slips out of your reach. It is possible the yelling didn't help. Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in...
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the usual Lorman tropes and hopes.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn, it really is hard to talk, man to man.
Ah, man. But, hey, man, that's serious criminal. Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety.
We have a credit.
Not me, man. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal. Don't be a stranger.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have... That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way. That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone likes them, especially the women. Don't hate on the immigrants. They've got boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why, the Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. That's right, 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction. 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't.
Now it's turning into a...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? On the contrary, officer. There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
What is all of this? The scent.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering Elysium. It does. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want to pick? Great things are difficult to achieve. We used to think it was a sphere.
ORG.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, yes.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter I am sorry, dear. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut. Bring us together. I don't know about things of that, but yes.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
You have misimagined it. I don't It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. See? Everyone finds something worth...
The cold seeps into you. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on what the lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts.
The pail is not...
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today.
His voice is low, but firm.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is...
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics. What do you want to know? Anything. What?
The camera of her...
Great body. There is a... Elysium. There are those who... A term of hate. Let's. I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Hardly the perfect ambassador for the world. Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
Is what you want to do. But should you? He expressly stated you shouldn't hear about it.
Yes. Glad to have been of assistance.
A sturdy metal door. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into.
Hello again, officers.
The lieutenant, hatred, the woman on the...
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. It's where they grow whores like her. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to
The lieutenant, hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on a first-name basis. Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. Can't you? I haven't really... This... I thought I'd... Yeah?
Let's be realistic. What I...
You heard your partner.
I don't condone the idea of using physical force on her. She's a girl.
I ain't no...
Actually...
We weren't put on this...
A sturdy... This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man of...
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
I know my rights, and don't you marm me, boy.
Miss! Would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer. The Great... What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what high above you, the king's... The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the side walls and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair, this man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines. Someone was... They are someone's memories, boy. What different? They're beautiful. That is all that matters.
All of what? The world? The present? She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were... While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Meth, it was a goal. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps.
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to it.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He's worried, but not for her. For you. What is it about this woman, if she's not connected to anything?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the West...
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. No, the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no
I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all.
Then what were you getting?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
Why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman? It's diamonds, Lowman, obvious.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here. Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. I would never make fun of a
Ma'am, you're not responsible for what the client puts in your lorry, as long as the seals are not opened. We officers know that.
Lay off her.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the
I think we're done here, no?
What do I need drugs for? If you don't know, you're mad, Lowman. What of it? Good. I don't. What do I need drugs?
The woman sweat.
Yes, go. Enough jump.
A lorry stuck in the traffic. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see the driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows where it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families. Maybe you should ask them the questions, like, we have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. You trying to meet their fat boss? I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
What are you talking about? I'm not tense.
Yes, he's tense and dangerous. Somewhere below it all.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup, open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you?
No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out the people.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial. Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Big mess. Caused by you. We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial. We're done here. I have a strike to break. Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocked. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers. Why don't you go arrest them instead?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then, honest men and women, we came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow you?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were.
Scab?
What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
No, I said Scab. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money." Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Don't tell me. It's a better day that way. My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I walk right past Measurehead and go, yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. No, sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing, though. Nothing to worry about, really. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh man, that's great. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine. Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage. Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his human ox lorry. Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sea Lang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right. 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sea Lang himself has to say.
Guess so. Isn't it? He's just...
Yes, yes.
Looks like he's...
I wouldn't be...
Guess so. Drugs? You know, they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to... I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think?
There was a bunch of spilled boxes. The man pulls on his cigarette furiously, probably still thinking about mosquitoes. The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the...
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves. I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't. Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I didn't know. I don't know really long. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around.
Okay. Uh-huh.
She looks up.
Yes. What we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself.
A colourful display of there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you're...
Know this, you will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
The pale age vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong. You know.
Don't worry your pretty little head about it.
I mean, I already...
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging. Use medication, like Nosafed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note.
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says. Here you go, mister.
A small cabinet on the...
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but, I don't really know what hypnogram... No.
Nozafed heals +1 health. Dramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Saint Baptiste,
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. We should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The 1st Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing. You picked the best one. This soldier is...
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your...
Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny repercussions. It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skill.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich. Okay, everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get failure? It's about, yes, abject, you alone, you against the atom. Now get to work, comrade. Very well. I guess, did someone mention anyone? There's no one. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. As you tap...
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not...
This is Precinct 57. It will take just a...
Her voice is...
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you.
Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here.
Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery.
A glorious sight. Your body, tired from the vastness of the visions that haunt it, burning up in a flame fed by your own living breath.
I see third-degree burns and a referral to a plastic surgeon whom you won't be able to afford. But that's in the future. Do you have any current, pressing medical problems? That's because you're hungover. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquid. It would be an awful nuisance if your experiments with your blood pressure were to cause permanent damage to you and you survive.
Sort of. But
even better. Anything else with all the damage you...
There is no surprise in his voice. Only careless superior.
What else?
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat
So it's political. You're being
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary.
It's not fucking cryo-acta-latte. It's super glue, Doc.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? You want the real...
So it's...
And no,
It's not...
What? You want the real...
So it's political.
And no...
It's not...
What? You want the real...
So it's political. You're being...
And no, I don't...
It's not...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Does it... Sylvie Man... Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Well... You tried to jam it down the... I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I have... Yes, I know who you are.
Yeah, I think she got it. Good job.
You told me back in the whirling. Oh,
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw... You were trying to impress some people with it.
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around and
People tried to back away from you or even slip out of the door. But you screamed, I am the goddamned law and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation.
No, please, no more suicide threats. Thank God you don't have that stupid gun anymore.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform.
You hear
Anything else I can help you with, Officer 57?
in the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few... I'm a night hawk. What?
Odd.
Since the street signs messed up? Some shops and a bridge? Just coast?
Rows of stalls under
I don't know. The abandoned kind? Some just...
rows of stalls.
Anything else? The harbor gates? It's just what...
In the west is the miracle.
There's the pier? What do you mean? Yes,
He knows where we are. You just...
no problem.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Can't you? I haven't. Have you ever? We rarely.
Yeah? Lying is cool, I guess.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? On the contrary, officer, I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects until you come up with something at that...
She's simply...
What would you like? Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance.
Give me a moment.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I already told you I don't care. I'm fine. Now, what do you want from me, policeman? I'm no one. Just an... If you can call it living, it's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to...
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the cold room door outside.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain, someone played a trick on you. Martinez is an...
Oops, you really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the...
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing. She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Ask.
She mumbles.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, I can...
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy car.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look, hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of, not familiar in a good way, you might say. There it is again, the scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. Yes, from the height of antiquity, a long, long time ago. Millennia ago, on an island of time you can never return to. The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals, there is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Bitter, citrus, until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts. Feels so familiar.
Hello again, officers. Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. It doesn't have to. Does anyone? Yes. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism.
I'll keep my armistice handy, Detective.
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to symbolize the toppling of the old. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, because white is the color of peace. Communism is the ideology of gutless intellectuals and clueless university students. They don't care about the This door has been closed with a padlock. It's a solid lump of metal, but better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. This door has been closed with a padlock. But what are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective. Perhaps you should give it another go.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. There's something, yeah, you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much.
Nothing you can. Cop gives up. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk drawn up. The shackle snaps like a...
After you, Detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not after...
The lieutenant...
Thank you for sharing... There aren't many...
A plaster cast. You hear someone walking around. You hear some. You hear some. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
A poor communard.
Do you have...
Let's go.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the
Let's see if anyone's home.
This door, number 20.
Let's see if
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the... We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
It's all right. We don't have to be here 9 p.m. sharp. I just need to write something down in... Tomorrow evening, right?
Damn. Turns out it's no one.
We should return to...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Why must we stop?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. Yes. By big men on big horses.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers.
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers is...
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Okay. I don't like either set too much, to be honest.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most... A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and the light pole.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's...
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
$700 real. A bargain, I guess.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has a...
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Celinda. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain. boomboxes on the shelf. Look, one especially catches your eye. Deep gold. This is you. Golden orange. A sun. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Like a beach party. With sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze.
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
It'll play that. Any requiem, really. Also dirges, madrigals. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Indirect modes of taxation. Turns out those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. The hearts and minds of everyday Rivasholians. You need to spread that deregulation gospel to the people. Tell them about that foreign fair tax. Preach that 98% gross burden. Preach it, preacher man. Set the brothers free. Taxes are racist.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward? Lucky bastard. He's probably on Perolidon. It's a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them. I've had to take it, you know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
You said you'd done it before, yeah?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut.
Of course. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Jean-Baptiste summer dinghy rates is 31. What a pleasant time that was. So, what do you want to know? Price? I can give you $3.20 for it. A pin from 31 ought to be priced at $3.10, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure thing. So, do you want to sell anything? I'm not purchasing any more clothing, and especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me!
Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for
No one likes to see what you have to see every day.
I do my best to keep my...
No one likes... The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
My apologies, officer, but I
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man.
A couple of indicators. This panel usually closes the water lock. You pull the lever, or nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still... Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored? You pull, nothing happened. A spring bring... Wasn't there...
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You couldn't time on. Of course, whatever stupid thing. Is that all you wanted to know, Lowman?
She's...
You hear that? Appelled. What do I need? Why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Good. I don't care about... What do I need drugs? Yes. If you don't know, why would I want... Lowman, what in the name... Good.
A lorry stuck. The windows are clear. They've been
Likely.
He was acting tough before. worker.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container, despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Yes? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
The door is closed. As you hold the metal, you sense the warmth left there by her hand. Still, the lieutenant, you should punch a fucking hole. You hear the murmur of... The door is closed. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the...
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for... A couple of weeks ago, I don't know, is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway, a cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these.
But thank you. The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Hello, hello.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 30 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
There he still is, looking right through you. An old call box. You ring the door. Just seeing the words, Andro Orlando, gets your hackles up. It's very... All you hear is static, but no one. You ring the doorbell, but you wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order? My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My...
It's a woman, and she knows you. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again,
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to...
she sounds like the cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside, she doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another secret.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this doorbell. It looks ancient.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
No. Hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
Silence. No. Silence. Nothing happens. Silence. This button.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Can I help you? Yes. Well? Great. Perfect. I hope you enjoy your freezing cold room with the window you broke yourself.
You've really worn down his patience. Even paying him didn't help.
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Starting tomorrow, please pay for each night in advance. 20 real per night. If you don't have the money, it's over for you. Got it? You've got nowhere else to stay.
Time stops advancing after 2 in the morning. If you haven't paid for your room by then, it's game over. Don't leave finding money to the last minute, however. It's harder to make cash after nightfall when the shops are closed and the streets empty.
I'll take a room here too.
Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, they come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly type.
We should find out. We don't.
Yes?
The door is this as you hold. This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides...
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You're cold, Detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night. You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man...
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man. So we didn't even inspect the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. What if this murder is important? As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list. We tried to interview the Wild Palms rep, but she asked us to do something for her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebel Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict, We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution, yes, the international community's mission. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the Moralintern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is... What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day for centuries. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline.
Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract.
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
The Moralintern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. Do you? Well phrased. I understand answering to foreign powers doesn't sit well with immigrant bashing, but without the EMI, we would be common vigilantes. That's just the way it is. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses, the red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. That seems unwise to me, but it's too late for an all-out political debate. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go. Yes?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows it. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came. A fine web of scarring covers the back, more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from something you've done before. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. Congratulations. You smashed the window. You mean someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it? And maybe, just maybe, or maybe you were trying to smash your own reflection in the... The window stands. The window stands. The morning... The fan stands still. The switch must be... The lights are on. The lights... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned. The bed is cold and not. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between... You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You found Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago, with me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple. Of course, Martinez is Speed Central. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make